The things will be in Google Classroom. So you should inscribe. I saw you didn't inscribe yet.
No.
And then we want this. And we want it full screen. So there, put it down. So in psychology, now most of the different therapy schools and psychology and medicine can agree on what is the experiential system and the rational system. So how to describe the systems that make up a human being. It doesn't include very much the body, but I still like to think about it. And it was what we were talking about just right now. And it's quite interesting to read it and to compare it. Also, the psychotherapists say we need to come into the experiential system in order to have change really happening. In the talking, psychotherapy is mostly in the rational system, but they want to reach the other system. We, in PME, in somatics, we have both, because we are sensing and we are also thinking. So, if we compare these two systems, the experiential system is holistic, taking everything as one, and the rational system is analytic, which means it takes apart. It can, small departments can be looked at. The experiential system is emotional, and there we can decide, does it feel good or does it not feel good? And the rational system is logical and reason-oriented. The experiential system is with associationistic connection. Yeah. Also, which is really interesting is like they put the sensing in the rational system and the feeling in the experiential system. And I think they put the sensing there because when we also start sensing, it's our conscious attention that we put somewhere. But then when we wait for the answer is coming from the experiential system. We combine both in, and that's why it's quite strong. Yeah. So the experiential system is also the unconscious, the I don't know, the cognitive doesn't know, and that's where we wait for the answer. Yeah. Associations are here, and cause and effect connections are more on the rational side. Then, which is really interesting, and I still have to think about it, it says the experiential system is outcome oriented, but I can no, because the experiential system says I want, and the rational system says if I do this and if I do that, then I can have that. But we think that the rational system is really outcome oriented. Yeah. But in here, it's like I want or I don't want. And this is quite quickly. Yeah. But if we go to the body and to the digestive system and then maybe digesting is also in here, which is more process oriented. Yeah, but that's something to discuss. Then behavior is mediated by vibes from past experience, and behavior is mediated by conscious appraisal of events. So vibes and also from experience that I do already have. Also, an interesting thing, one German author is describing this part, the experiential system, as our inner child. That's our inner child, yeah. This experiential system encodes reality in images, metaphors, and narratives. And here, the rational system encodes reality in abstract symbols, words, and numbers. And we are dealing with both. Like when we are asking for feedback, we do appreciate a lot metaphors, images, and narratives. It's tickling, it's dark, the color is like this, it reminds me of that, yeah? And, but we are talking about it, so it really combines this. This is also interesting because more rapid processing and oriented towards immediate action, because I also was thinking this belongs to the other side. But actually, it's also like in dancing. You sense something and you make an immediate reaction without thinking about it. But it's still, you have the feeling you make this reaction, yeah? And here it's slower processing because it's like, oh, wait a little bit, I have to think about it. Is this the right decision? So in action, this is faster. But in learning, this is slower. This system is slower to change. And it only changes with repetitive or intense experience. But this can change quite rapidly, because if we are thinking about, and then logically we know, train is coming in 10 minutes, then we make the decision and we're learning train is coming in 10 minutes. But if we want to change this system, it takes much longer, yeah, and it takes time. And it takes repetition. So, and that's what we are doing here. That's why every day we go through the room and sense the room, because every day we learn a little bit, yeah? Then more crudely differentiated and broad generalizations and categorical thinking. So in this, it's like, it's good or bad. It's safe or not safe. Yes, that's what's going on here. And here we can think about it. Maybe if I do this, it's more safe. Then this is more dissociative, organized in part by emotional complexes. So this means in the brain, more to the lower parts of the brain, and here it means more to the higher parts of the brain. Experienced passively and pre-consciously, seized by our emotions. So it's not conscious, and our emotions play a big part in that. And here it is conscious and it's controlled by our thoughts. So this is the child that is still a lot in the unconscious. I want or I don't want. I know. And also this is seeing is believing, and here it requires justification from logic and evidence. And we also have both, because what we do in touch is seeing is believing. That's what is there. But then we also need justification, because we ask later, so what did you experience? And was this helpful? And was this pleasant? So we also integrate it into the rational system. But I really like this comparison of these two systems, and it does explain a lot, not everything, but quite a lot of how we are, and also where PMA is in this work. Okay, so we do both. We do talk and we do think and we do sense, and then there are some strange reactions going on. Yes, this is also, we do integrate both systems, so that this system can also trust that system, and the other way around, so that this system also can trust that system. And how can they live together? Yeah. Yes, maybe it's yin yang, male, female, whatever metaphor you have for that. Yeah. Whatever other principles. Yeah. So any other comments or questions? It's an psychologist from the US, and he wrote a book about it, and there's a long article about that. I took the table 7.1 from this article, and he also is talking about the basic needs in this article. And then Klaus Grave, the German scientist of psychotherapy, he is relying on that in his research. So, and the American psychologist, he said it was more or less accidentally that he was organizing it that way. But then he was sending it out and talking with all different kinds of therapists and psychologists, and most of them could agree to that. And that's why he found, oh, this must be something that, like today, nearly everyone who is working in therapy or psychology can agree to. Yeah, it's like integrating a lot of different thoughts and practices in psychology. Yeah. Okay, any other thoughts or comments? No? Then let's do some sensing and moving. So, the agenda for today is we do some sensing and moving, somatic movement. We also do a little bit of touch and dance before the long break. And then after the long break, we have community chat, and then finishing up, taking some time for reflecting, then sharing the reflection, doing some rituals for the end, hug and kiss goodbye. So this is the plan for today. Then let's make some.
Dieter,
Yes.
Dieter, I just thought I wanted to tell you, you know, it's a pity because Satmuk has fallen sick, but our idea was to surprise you all at 2 o'clock and show in front of your door.
The van was ready for that.
What a pity.
Oh.
Unfortunately, not the driver.
Yeah, next time. It would have been nice to do the last day together, but
Yes, yes.
work. Yeah.
But actually, that's also a good idea to do some days at home and do some days here. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's also a good idea. Yeah.
I've loved it. Yeah. No, next time.
Next summer. Next summer. Yeah. 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 Yeah, actually, like you can repeat. Like I wanted you all to do the advanced, but you're not doing the advanced, but you can repeat modules of the basic. Yeah. So this is also a possibility. I will talk about that later. So
Amazing how different it is to do it in person and to do it online, especially this with the
so here the music. Here we are. Okay. And then place the camera there. So then please walk through your space. And breathe and sound and sigh. Whew. And bring your attention into this space. So what do you see today? Is there anything that you haven't seen yet? And you still have the beginner's mind in staying curious, open. Can you also see things compassionately? And there are new people coming into the room. Who are they? And then walk backwards and notice, what are you seeing now? Still perceive that mindfully and friendly. And then walk forward again, but stretch out your arms and bring your body into this space. I'm bigger than you three. So, really inhabit this space. And also the space can be very important and very emotional. Where does it feel safe, safer, or not so safe in your space? Good. And then on a place standing, start to move and stretch out and fold in and bring your attention to your inside space. So, hello body, how are you today? And can I sense that also curious and compassionate, and listen to the unconscious control, to the automatic control, to the experiential control, to the answer of the body. Where does the body want to go? Good. And then walk through the space once more, but sense your body when you're walking. Can you sense inwards? What is moving in walking? And can you trust the automatic movement of walking? And that's also where we do integrate both systems. We walk and we trust the experiential system that once has learned walking. But we are observing this walking with our cognitive self. Okay. And then walk backwards and sense your feet. So what is going on? Where you touch the floor, where the floor is touching you. Let's get in touch with gravity and our force and strength. So how much pressure is there on the sole of the foot and also inside the legs? And then walk forward again and make some big or funny steps. Sensing the legs. So how is weight? How is strength? How is push against the floor? And from that, come again into a full body movement. Shifting weight on your feet. What are your arms doing? Good. Then in standing, let's get in touch with our breathing. Very gentle, mindful and compassionate. How is the movement of the breathing now? And also breathing is this bridge between the cognitive and the experiential system. It's happening in an automatic way, but we also can influence it willfully. And we can sense it and think about it. And then place your hands on the side and breathe. How are the ribs moving out and in, up and down? How is the right side? How is the left side? And then place one hand in front and one in the back of your chest. Start to move from here. Allow movement to happen, and where is this going to, and how is it influenced by sensing the breathing? Good, and then lower your hands around the navel and lumbar spine. And sense your breathing there. And also, wait for a reaction, for an answer. Where does the body want to move to? Start to move. Let it happen. And how is this related? Your breathing, to the movement of your inner organs, to your cellular breathing of each cell. And then open your arms and come to a full body movement. How are your arms connected to your breathing, to your heart? Good. And then take some steps through the space and just notice how are you now. Good. Then come together with a partner. Good. How do I show that? I just show the second part, because the first part will be stroking down the back and sensing the breathing, so we know that. And then the second part will be you touching me, and I start moving after Britta was touching my back and breathing. And I can have the metaphor of I do very, very easy yoga positions. I do them. So I do something like this. And then Britta is touching my trunk somewhere and sensing my breathing. So you're touching me now to help sense my breathing, help sense inwards. And we do this for some breaths, and then I wait for the inside voice something to change the position, but not with the cognitive decision, but what does the body want? So I do this. And then I want to do that position. And then you also find places. Yes, you can change. And I suggest somewhere with the breathing, yes. Because in the breathing, we can find the next answer. And then I change again. And I find this position. And then I change again and I find this position. And I try to sense and make a decision from the body. Okay? Here. You look good, you two. Good. So then decide who wants to be in which role. So maybe you are the mover first. Then I can look around a little bit. Good. Then I touch your back. So, yes, because we want to say hello to this back. How is this back today? Sensing mindfully and compassionately. Good. One last time. And then I place my hands on the side at the breathing. So how are the ribs moving up and down, out and in? To get in touch with the breathing. Okay, and then I put my hands on the back and ask Britta to move, and I sense the movement, and eventually she's coming into a position that her body likes. So what does your body like now? Yes, and then let's stay in this position, and I find a place where I can sense the breathing. And we both sense the breathing, and we both sense your body. And from that, what does your body want as a next position? And again, my hands find a place where I can support the sensing and support the breathing. Ah. And come to movement and find the next position. And my hands find next positions. So you're following the intelligence of your body, the wisdom of your body. And breathe. Ah. Okay, and from there, come into more continuous movement. So it is moving, and I try to support sensing and breathing in there. Where does your body want to go? And how can I be helpful, supporting? Good. And then say goodbye to this person, body. Leave them to move alone for a little, also for a contrast. How can you do this process on your own? And I'm just supporting by being present. Can you listen to this answer of your body, what your body wants to do? Good, and then come to an end. And in standing. And then I do a little interview with Britta, and you do with your partner. Okay, let's change roles. Oh, it's my back now. Stroke down the back and sense mindfully and friendly what is there in this moment. Okay. And then one last time. And then sense at the ribs, the breathing together. What is this movement? Up and out, down and in. Then place the two hands on the back, up and down. I start moving. Till I find a nice position where I want to stay in. And with your hands, support the sensing and the breathing. Stay with it at a point and then just sense together. I follow my sensations, not knowing where to go, to find another position. Sensing mindfully and compassionately to the inside. Maybe I want to stay a little in a position. Maybe my body says, no, I want that now. The breathing. Because the breathing is changing the inside coordination, which can be the starting point for the next movement, the next position. Breathing with the breathing, not the head, not the head. Breathing, breathing, further breathing. Ah. Hmm. 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 And then come to a more continuous movement. But still touching me, still touching me, still touching me. Yes. Ah, the movement is just continuous positions. Let your body find the next movement, the next position, and the hands can support your sensing and your breathing. Ah. And then say goodbye to your partner and let them move on its own. Just stay present. Hmm. 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 Good. And then come to an end. And do a little interview. So let's make a break now, as we are working already. 10 minutes break, or let's say 7 minutes break, which is 3:30 break. more movement exploration, then we do a feedback. So let's come together. Yes. Good. I want to do an exploration starting from the floor, where we sense our breathing, plus we sense gravity, and we use both to come to a new position. Starting from the floor. So on our own, yes. So we more or less did this a lot of times, but now we have more information about breathing, more information about gravity, and more information about changing position from within. Okay? Good. No, eventually you will grow. So we take 15 minutes, so you can take 10 minutes on the floor and then 5 minutes to grow up.
You will lead us.
I lead you through it just to tell you what we are going to do. So I put on some music and you find a comfortable place on the floor. And you do not fall asleep. So I share, where are we? Sharing. Sharing is caring. So there should be some music. So find a place on the floor. And sense the breathing. We just sense the breathing with ourselves, with partner, in movement, in positions. So how is the breathing in a position on the floor? Maybe you can touch your breathing, maybe the breathing is touched by the floor. Sense it mindfully and compassionately. And then sense the place where you touch the floor. Notice gravity that is pulling on you. How much pressure can you sense on the skin? At which places? And how can you sense this on the inside? Through the bones. How do your inner organs react to gravity? Maybe you can imagine or even sense that each cell can breathe, extend, condense. And each cell can also sense gravity and react on that. And from there, start moving and let your body find another position that is good for the body. So what is a new position? And then in this new position, Take time to sense your breathing mindfully and compassionately. To sense gravity and the relationship to the floor also mindfully and compassionately. And what does it do to you, to your body? Your body can adapt to this position, reorganize. And maybe there is new information that the body says, now I want some other position, so go ahead to change the position again. Sensing the breathing in there. Trustfully and compassionately. What is moving on the inside. And sensing gravity. Where do you touch the floor? Where's the floor carrying you? How is the pull of gravity? How is the push of the floor? And what is maybe changing because of that, because of the push of the floor to the inside of your body? And whenever you feel ready, from the inside, what's the wisdom of the body to choose the next position? And what are you sensing compassionately in the next position? And now in your own timing, follow the wisdom of your body. Maybe your body wants to sense gravity from a different side. Maybe your breathing wants to extend somewhere else. What is happening to your feeling and thinking when you go through this process, trusting, sensing the breath and sensing gravity? Ah. Hmm. So, from here, start thinking of growing up, positions that are a little away from the floor. What does it need to do that? And does your body want that? How does your body want that? How is it to still sense gravity and to sense breathing? So what is sitting or what is crawling? What feels good there? What's this wisdom from the inside? Find a position. What would be good for your body? And where's the support and the push? And where's the breathing? And how is it to have weight again? Feet and legs. and having positions there. What is happening? You're thinking and feeling. And then come also into walking and moving through space. Come to walking and moving through space. And let words come to you. How was this experience? How are positions? How is it to find this inner wisdom of the body? How is it possible to follow that? And what happened to your body? Did anything change? Good, and then let's come together to share our experiences. Good. Let's start in Forchtenstein. Anna, you're on the left side. Anna, how are you? What did you experience?
I have one word that is stuck, like a neon sign, and it's, I feel content. It's a very prominent word there before my eyes. During the process, I really enjoyed just lets it go and just allowing the movement to go where it goes. And then also after the movement, like after one movement, feeling where I'm still holding tension because I moved, and allowing the tension to go. So that would also change the movement a bit. So it was really nice exploration. And yeah, and I had this, at some point I had this, it's a part of a poem. I'm forgetting the author, it's Mary something. I can't remember the surname, but it goes something like, allow the soft animal of your body do what it loves to do. So that came there, and it was even more, yeah, I could give in even more into the whole process of just sensing, breathing, movement, and just allowing and following. And yeah, so by the end of it, I'm very content.
You're very content. Do you like your soft animal?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. I like the soft animal I discovered. Maybe I'll explore a bit more. Yes, and I also liked a lot of the exercise before with when we were partnering.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like really nice when I would do the movement and then feel Julia's hands. So it was like the end of the movement was her touch.
Mm-hmm.
So it was interesting to like anticipate a little bit after like the movement where she would actually put her hands. So it was a very nice flow and kind of dance by itself. So I enjoyed that a lot too.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Anna. Britta, how are you? What did you experience?
What I feel is very much contact to the nature because of the ground and the contact to the earth, and there became colors from green and brown in my third eye. It was like in the North Lights in Sweden or Denmark, when they are on the sky, these colors from green and flowing, and also there is a tension, and then I let it go, this tension, and I'm very heavy, and I sink and I sink and I breathe, and when I breathe out, I release more and more, and it's like I get a magic world inside. It's wow. It's so fine
Mm-hmm.
to let it go, to allow me to be heavy, the tension, and always is a tension. It's always this tension, and then with the breathing out, it's can go. So with this tension and then the relaxing movement and breathing. I like it very much.
How are you now, Britta?
Fine.
Fine. Thank you. Yes, also describing this inner world as magic, yeah, is something I think is very true, yeah, because it's not logical, yeah, but it's a strong force, yeah, and it's also a force where healing can happen, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Britta.
Thank you.
Julia, how are you? What did
Yeah,
you
also
experience?
very good. I really also enjoyed very much this exercise. Well, it's so simple, just lay on the ground and sense yourself and the breath and the gravity. And I thought we just could have done this for hours now, Because on the one hand, it's simple. On the other hand, it's also kind of advanced because you could not let students stay there for an hour doing this, but maybe on the 8 days, it would be interesting. Yeah, I'm fine. It's really nourishing, and I also feel kind of awake. So somehow I also feel like I've overcome this 1,000 years of sleep.
So how much sleep do we need now?
The moment it feels good. So since yesterday, I feel kind of recovered. So let's see how it goes. Yeah, thank you. I feel good.
You feel good. Thank you. Yes, I think it also needs all that knowledge that we had through this week or the whole year of basic somatic training to understand what this is and how we can use it. And then it's really strong. In the end, it's simple, yeah, but it needs preparation to do that, yeah. Thank you, Julia. Then let's go to Satmuk. How are you? What did you experience?
The word that came to me is reset. So I'm connected to that here, kind of resetting of the system. Like my system went off, and there were a lot of viruses making the program dysfunctioning. So I have the impression today it's like reset, and I really enjoyed the moving from one posture to another with the connection with the hands. It's yeah, it was nice because I was not connected to Satsabat. It's not like we were two. I was really doing what I have to do according to my body, but there was these hands moving here and there as a connection to nothing, but as a connection. So it was interesting to at the same time be connected to what was happening and be reminded of a connection from outside. And I found it very containing and very nice, actually. Much nicer than doing it by yourself. So, and I cannot explain it really rationally, but it was pleasant and, yeah, I would say nourishing. So, yeah, reset, that's my word. Thank you.
Yes, if you have someone there with touch, following you, helping you, sensing, then it's co-regulation. It's somebody who is affirming you, supporting you without cognitive bypass. It's directly going into your body, yeah? And that's why it can be really effective, but also it needs some knowledge from the person who is doing that, co-regulating, like what is sensing, how is this touch, how is following movement, how is my intention, and things like that. But then it can be quite easy, and then it's really nourishing and supporting to regulate. Yeah. How are you now, Satmuk?
Yeah, I feel energy and some clarity in my perception. I still feel the cold, like a layer of the leftover of the flu, but it's further and further away. So yeah, I'm good.
You're good. Thank you, Satmuk. Satsabat, how are you? What did you experience?
Yeah, it was nice to do these exercises with more vitality. I see the difference from the previous days, and I see also the benefit of the other days, the previous days, so they sort of accumulated. And a little bit like Julia said, I came out of this lethargy that she said, she mentioned like 1,000 sleeping night, but for me, yeah, it was heaviness. That's the way I interpreted it. The gravity was heavy, whereby today the gravity was a support. So each time I connected to the part of my body being on the floor and attracted to the floor, it was a source of lightness for the rest of the body. It was not dragging me down into heaviness. So definitely I realized that vitality creates more vitality, definitely. And the disease of the body or the tiredness are, of course, an obstacle, also an obstacle to sensing, because the first things that you sense is the difficulty of breathing, the difficulty of moving. So I had the impression that today was easier because I didn't have to overcome that. It was vitality straight there, which created more vitality. I also like very much to be accompanied by a hand, and something that yesterday we did something at a certain point that was the same. I don't remember what, but I had the same thought that I had this hand accompanying the movement, maybe towards the end, when the other one was pressing while we were moving, something like this. But I had this idea that, yeah, like a little bit like what Satmuk said, it's very nice. It brings consciousness to the breathing. It brings consciousness to the movement. And it reminded somehow, I thought of, I remembered that when I was a child and I didn't want to feel alone, I would imagine that someone was watching me doing things. So I don't know if this is a little bit schizophrenic, but I was doing it very often as a child. I was doing my task, studying, playing, or dressing, or whatever. And there was this imaginary being that was watching me, just busy watching me. So how egocentric, but a child may be supposed to be egocentric. So it reminded me that this hand today, while I was moving and giving me the freedom to do what I wanted, but still being there, whatever I did was, yeah, it was nice. It was bringing me awareness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you for sharing this story, what you did as a child, because I think you made your own co-regulation, like by imagining somebody who is doing co-regulation with you, because actually that's a good co-regulation, just watching the child and showing the child that you are present, but at the same time giving the child the freedom to explore. So through that, the child has safety, but freedom to explore at the same time. Yeah. And that's why also, like, it can be really, really strong to just be present and watch somebody else. Yeah. And it can also trigger something. If you didn't get this and don't know how to deal with it, it can trigger something. People feel like, you're watching me. So, but this is strong. Yeah. So it's a strong tool. Be aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Good. Okay. Let's do a little something. I explain first before I show, because yesterday we did touch the psoas and we did touch the iliosacral joint, and we also always had another hand, so we touched with two hands, and we can also do that in standing. There are some advantages to it and some disadvantages to it. The disadvantage is that the person standing has to be active. So it's not in a relaxed position. But the advantage is, if we touch in standing and then something is answering, is happening, it's immediately a movement, because then the whole body, the alignment of the body, the balance of the body is changing. And then immediately it's a full body movement, even when the change is very tiny. So this is the advantage. So We try to do it very easy, very gentle, slow, compassionate. So we're stroking down the side. Hello, side. And then we're touching these places, waiting, sensing, and maybe something is happening. And then we touch the iliosacral joint, maybe something is happening. And then we stroke down the leg and say goodbye and let your partner move a little bit. Okay, so as we have the remembrance from yesterday, you remember the anatomical pictures, you remember how it was lying on the table and being touched, and also to touch, you have now more knowledge if you just randomly get in touch with that. Okay? Good. Then I will play some music and stand up and find a partner. So I changed the video here so that you can see more. And do we need to show it, or maybe where to place the hands, or do I need to show it? The arm just hangs there. One, I show it. Yes. Can I show it with you? So I first show it. Look here. So when I stroke down, I leave out the breast. So with my front hand, I either can go through the middle line, but that's also could be difficult. So I better stroke down on the side. Okay? Good. So I say hello to the shoulder, sensing the breathing mindfully and compassionately. And then I stroke down one leg, and I have one hand in the back and one in the front. Hello, leg. Hello, side. And then I repeat. And then I find, there is this bone sticking out. Here it is. And then I know a little bit to the inside with the one hand, and the other hand in the lumbar spine. So you see the lumbar spine in the back. You can let your arm down. Let your arm down, yes. So, and I'm just touching that. You both sense it mindfully and compassionately. And I know there's the psoas, yes, and there was some little reaction going on. So stay small, knark. There was even a noise, something was changing under my hands. Be very compassionate. And then I lower this back hand. There is the sacrum, and then on the side is the iliosacral joint. And the front hand can more or less stay the same. And then we also sense here, mindfully and friendly. Yes, is there something happening? Something is happening. Okay, good. And then I stroke down the leg. And I ask Julia to move a little bit. Ah. Yes, whatever, disco dancing. How are the legs? How is the pelvis? How is it in the upper body? How is the alignment? Shoulders. And then I do a little interview. Want to say something? No. Okay, so that's it, and I will talk you through it. Yes? So, partner up, maybe another partner. So, can you just stand there? So, and like this, because then I also, yeah. Okay, so you got your partner. So we are facing the shoulder, and I'm touching the shoulder with my hands. Dancing mindfully and friendly, what is there? There's some breathing. And then I'm stroking down on the side, over the leg, down to the foot. Sensing what is there. And then I repeat that. Hello, side. How are you today? What is there? And I repeat this several times. Okay. And then in front, I find this bone. Here's the bone, so a little bit to the inside. Put my hand and the lumbar spine in the back. And then soft listening hands. What do you have between my hands? Somewhere there's a psoas, and let's sense them mindfully and compassionately. And see if there's any reaction. Listen to the answer. Yeah, something started with the balance. Take it easy. Something with the head. Okay. And then I lower my backhand to the iliosacral joint on the side, so that we also can sense that. What is going on there? Is there any softening, moving, changing? Yes, how's the breathing involved into that? Being compassionate. Okay, and then I'm stroking down the leg 2 more times. So that this can integrate to the side. And then I ask Anna to move a little bit and explore. And I stay present. So what is there? It's still movement exploration. Ah. Yes. Are you able to process it? Or do you want? No, it's okay. Yeah. Okay, so as there is already some interviews going on, I mute myself. Good, let's do the other side. Same roles, other side. So again, we start from the shoulder. Sensing mindfully and friendly. What is maybe answering under the hands? Good, and then stroke down the side, sensing what is there, mindfully and compassionately. And repeat this several times. Ah. So how is this side? Hmm. Okay, and then I find this bone in front. Where is it? Here it is. And then I put my hand a little bit to the inside and the back hand on the lumbar spine. And we just mindfully and compassionately. What is going on under my hands on the inside? Is there anything reorganizing? What is going on with the balance on a physical level, but also maybe there are emotions there. You also watch them compassionately and mindfully. And then I lower my backhand and also to the side so that I can have the iliosacral joint. And we sense also there. What is happening there? Okay, I see there's something answering, which is good. So I stroke down the leg. For integration, and once more the side. And I ask Anna to move and explore further. So what is there? What's the answer? Okay, and when you think you're ready, you can do a little interview with your partner. I mute myself. Good. Let's finish that up in this direction and change roles. So, I stand to look at the screen and I talk you through. So, the shoulder. Can you do the other side first? Yes, wishes from the client. Yeah, client oriented. Good. Then touch the shoulder. Sense the breathing. Sense it mindfully and compassionately. And start stroking down this side. Soft listening hands. How is the leg down there? Front to back. So that we both can put our attention there. One last time, stroking down this side. Yes, the client can give some feedback. Good, and then let's find this bone in front. I help you. So, oops, it's here. So a little bit inside. Yes, around here with soft hand. And the lumbar spine in the back a little bit higher. Yes. And soft in the front, soft arm, soft arm. Yeah. Okay, then we both try to send what is there. Can you put the back arm a little bit higher still? Yes. Picky client. Yes. This feels different now. And watch if there are any reactions. Okay, and then the back hand move down and to the side to find the iliosacral joint with soft, yes, listening hand. Sense there if there's any reaction. Good, and then, if there's any reaction, sense that for a short while, and then start stroking down the leg and then the side for integration. And then ask your client to start moving and exploring. When you're ready, do a little interview with your partner. Good. Let's do the other side. Let's do the other side. Okay, let's start by touching the shoulder. Sensing mindfully and friendly what is there. And then start to stroke down that side. Sense mindfully and friendly what is there. Ah. Okay, one last time this side. And then find the pelvis bone in the front. Let's see. Where is it? Oh, yeah, it's here. So a little bit on the inside with soft hand. Yes. And the back hand. A little higher, a little higher. Yes. Also, yeah. So there is something happening in my psoas. And I sense it mindfully and friendly. Oh, yeah. Oh, so are there any reactions going on? Is there any movement in the alignment? Okay, and then lower the back hand to the iliosacral joint. A little bit more in. Yeah, yes. Yeah. So, what is going on there? Are there any reactions? What is happening to the balance, to alignment, to the pelvis? Observe mindfully and compassionately. And then, for integration, stroke down the leg and then also the side again. And ask your client to start moving and exploring. Oh, ooh. You. So what is happening in moving? What is also happening in shifting weight? And maybe taking some steps. How is the right side? How is the left side? And if you're ready, do a little interview. Okay, so to finish that up, I want us to do a little dance together, in touch. A what? Whatever. So let's start back to back. And also let's start with moving, making a break, and in the break, sense the breathing, the gravity, and your partner. And then move again. So it's a stop dance. Yes, just do nothing, because this nothing is where we are heading. So Satsapat is waiting for Satmukh. Here, yes. So in stillness, we sense the breathing, we sense the floor, and we sense the partner. And then let's change the position and find a new position. And have a stillness there. And breathe and sense. Ooh. And then change position again. And come to a stillness. And then change position again. And also think about pressure and weight and so now just have a little dance together. A dance that can feel good. Yes, what about leaning? What about pushing? What about the arms and hands? Keep breathing. Use your weight. Okay. And come to an end. And say thank you and goodbye. And take some moments on your own. Ooh. Ah. So, on your own, reflect, think, let words come to you before we come together again to share. If you can, get up and walk. Ooh. There's a dead assistant here. What shall we do? Yeah, the assistant is still alive, but not in a good condition. Good, then let's come together to share. So, let's start with the shining beard of Satmuk and ask Satmuk how he is and what he did experience.
Yeah, I enjoyed the last dance. That was very nice and very relaxing. And the psoas, when Satsavat was doing on me, for me, the two sides were very different, but they both worked on anchoring. So when it was hips and psoas, it worked more on the anchoring, like connection to the leg and the connection to the floor. But then when it was the connection with, how do you say that? The bones between the
ilioSacral
sacrum
joint?
and the hips. Yeah, this was much more working on the alignment. And yeah, I was surprised that it was very intense actually. And after I felt taller, I felt much more open there, but still grounded. So yeah, it was very, I would say, transformative in a way, like the posture and the connection, the openness. So yeah, the psoas seems to have a huge impact on the lower and the higher and the connection between these two polarities. And now I feel very good actually. Some joy, I feel joyful, and some innocence. Yeah, with the last dance, it was a kind of innocence, also letting the body going wherever and in connection, in relationship. So yeah, that's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. And yes, the psoas is very important, and just to sense them for 30 seconds can whoops change quite a lot. Yeah. Thank you for sharing, Satmuk. Satsabat, how are you? What did you experience?
Yeah, with the first exercise with the psoas is is interesting. Exactly like yesterday, my right side made me more alert, and my left side made me really heavier. That at the end I was tired. I would have liked to lay down. It was difficult to keep standing. So yeah, both what they had in common is that I had the impression to gain some weight on the legs, but otherwise the quality of my mental or emotional state, I don't know how to call it, was alertness versus heaviness. Yeah. And the dance, I liked it very much, what we did then with the weight. I like this dialogue where we had to sense the position and to continue moving after a while. So how it's silently communicated when to move again, and no one is really leading, no one is really just carried. So I like that dialogue very much. And this time I also liked that Satmuk was taking actually more, took the initiative of taking more of my weight than giving me his. So I know it's not fair, but I always enjoy when Satmuk is giving me more than what he wants from me. So it's nice. It makes me relax and it makes me happy. So when he's there, I take it.
Yeah, maybe Satmuk wants to make you happy.
Yeah, great. Yeah, thank you.
So it makes you happy. Thank you, Satsabat. Then let's go here to Borchtenstein. Anna, how are you? What did you experience?
Yeah, the main thing was how different the experience was between the two sides. On the right side, it connected to an emotion from yesterday, and it was, I mean, starting from the psoas and that area there, and just going poof, reaching my brain. Which was, it was unexpected to meet it again like that, but not unpleasant. While the other side was more like, this is nice, this is a calming, soothing, warm experience, and was just enjoying the whole the process. But my right side was walking a lot more fluidly and with the sway of the hip, while the other one was like, yeah, I had this nice experience, but okay, it was like the normal walking. So I guess Yeah, the right one had a more profound result. Yes, overall, very enjoyable process. And still with the same thought that I was carrying yesterday, that it is a very special area to dig into. Let's not dig into, but I mean to enter into in sensing a movement.
Mhm. How are you now, Anna?
Yes, I'm feeling good and I'm ready to dance.
Ready to dance. Thank you, Anna. Britta, how are you? What did you experience?
I'm tired and I lost concentration. But the exercise was interesting. And when Julia do it on me, it comes a bisschen Übelkeit, hoch,
Sickness.
sickness. Okay. Yeah, from the stomach, like no down to up. And but after it was just a moment where I just feel, and I think it's a cleaning from the body. You wanted to let it go. Some, I don't know. And when I'm lying with myself in this dance, there comes a little bit headache on the left side. But it's away. And but I was wondering when I'm with Julia, and she has so much fun with the right side, with your right side. Yeah, it was nice to see what's happened in you. And yeah, now I'm sorry. I'm tired now.
You're tired now.
Tired.
But are you okay?
I'm okay, yeah,
Yes?
yeah, but I'm very slowly and
That's okay.
no good concentration
Yeah.
at the moment.
That's okay. We will have a break after this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Britta. Julia, how are you? What did you experience?
Yeah, I'm really fine. I really enjoyed it. It was really nice because yesterday the experience was already quite profound with the psoas, but not so well, the touch was pleasant, but then there were some emotions that were not so pleasant. But today there were no emotions at all, but there was really like in the right side, after Britta was touching me, there was so much flexibility and movement possible. I think I never experienced in my life. So I really could sense like really the three parts of the pelvis, and it was really nice. Yeah. And I had to laugh a lot because I felt so happy and so much joy. So this is really nice. And then with the left side, it was nothing so special. It's okay, good. But then and then I had to sense back to the right side to sense again the joy. So, and the left side is, yeah, interesting, very interesting. Yeah, and I'm also ready to dance now since my pelvis can move. So free the pelvis, yeah. Oh.
Free the pelvis. Yeah. Yes, for the people in Carinthia, we here decided to go disco dancing tonight. That's why everybody's talking about, I'm ready to dance now. So, yes, let's have our big break now. It's 5:10, so let's meet 6:10, and then we have the community chatting, the last one. Okay, see you in an hour. Hello, hello. Then press here. Yes.
Okay.
And if somebody can, press show code for inspection.
Okay.
And you need exactly this. So
If I close it now, it will show when I go into the app.
hopefully, but if you just go back to the center, like here, and then it should be open. Yeah.
Okay.
Then this is the more safe way.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, one down.
So, community chat.
You have the question.
I have the question.
What?
Yes, we can. Yeah, we can ask in the round also.
So, hello everybody. So, welcome to our last community chat in this round. So, are there any ideas for like a special question for the last day?
That's about. You look like you have an idea.
Sorry, close the curtain.
I was just saying, Sadmuk, you didn't have any idea. You are so creative normally. What happened?
Dieter had an idea.
I had an idea. So my idea was that everybody talks about the best goodbye they had. The best goodbye or the most important goodbye. so that we also can talk about that goodbyes are something positive.
Yeah, that's nice.
Oh, yeah.
Nice, nice.
Why is nice? Ask Bert. You will see. So, who wants to start?
Me?
Yeah?
Yeah,
Satsabat,
Satsabat.
please.
No, because it's something I actually never think about. And as soon as Dieter said that, boom, it came to my mind. It was a fantastic goodbye. So when I was 24 and I was working at the United Nations in Italy in a job that I didn't want, but it was just a summer job that my father had found me because I was divorced with 2 children, had his house, and he was fed up with me. So I was studying 2 university curriculum, but I didn't earn any money. So he said, okay, in summer, there is no university. You go and work for the United Nations. It's just a summer job. So I went there, and then in September, they opened a new spot because there were a lot of refugees from Afghanistan. This was back in 1981. And so they gave me this post. I couldn't refuse it. So I had to abandon university. So I was quite frustrated in this little office in Rome, but I still worked because I understood that for my father was best, and I could at least support my 2 children. And so I worked there for 4 years, applying to go abroad because I was so bored, and I just worked for refugees, and I wanted to see these refugees. So I applied everywhere in the world, and they never took me because first part of the experience, and second, because the office was small. If they had me put for somewhere else in the world, they would have still had to finance 2 posts. So administrative reasons. And then finally they accepted me for Somalia and Vietnam the same day, and I chose Somalia. So for me it was very exciting. I was at that time 26. The idea of living with my 2 children for Somalia, I just had even to look at the map where that was really very exciting. So I prepared everything, and I told my family that, of course, they almost had an heart attack. Where are you bringing 2 children in Somalia? That's not possible. And so I prepared everything. I got my laissez-passer for the United Nations. For me, was everything very exciting at that age, and something I got on my own, so I was very happy. And that came that day where I had to leave, and I went to the airport alone because nobody seems to be accompanying me. And my children were going to finish school and join me after 3 months, so they were with my mother. And so I went alone, and when I reached there, they told me, yeah, okay, and they said, okay, waiting room, you go there. And I went there, and in this room suddenly appeared, I don't know if 40 people. It was my family and all my office colleagues and my children. And I was so touched. I don't even know today how they organize it. It's a special room at the airport, and we had to eat, and I was very, very happy, overexcited. And of course, as soon as they called my flight, I burst into tears. I just didn't want to leave. And I did leave. So yeah, then I found myself in the plane with a guy near me, an older man, that started consoling me and said, don't worry, it will be fine. But it was a beautiful goodbye. And that's how I left Rome forever, actually, because I never came back to live there. So that was my last day in Rome. Yeah, thank you for helping me remember that.
Yes, thank you very much. So, who wants to be next?
a beautiful goodbye, even though it is sad, was sad. And I will share this in loving memory of this person. His name was Paris Metaxas. He was love, light, color in a person. He came into my life very organically and landed there, and he was a true inspiration in a the most simplest way, just by being. He was an inspiration. He was 72 years old when he died, and he had more life than any of us people that would go around him like moths to a light. Unfortunately, his heart failed him at the end. And I didn't see him for a few months last year, and he called me middle of December, and we were talking, and he said, I missed you. When are you going to come and see me? And usually it would be end of the year, hectic and all this with work, with kids and all this stuff. And you'd be like, yes, I'll arrange it. And at that minute I had this thought, and I said, you know what? No, I will not say that. And I thought, when can I go? And the only time that I could go was like 7 o'clock on Saturday morning because my schedule was full, but I thought I can go really early in the morning. I spend some time and then I will continue with what I have to do. And he's 1 hour drive away from where I am, which is far for Cyprus. So I went there and we sat. He had this garden. His place was in the middle of the city, and it was like a piece of paradise among the jungle. You open the door because his yard was like inside, and you open the door and it's like stepping through a portal to another dimension. That was his place. And we sat, he had like a deck, and we sat there and we were enjoying the sun. The birds would actually fly in and come and stop and eat on his table. Even the birds were very comfortable with him. And he would always say to me, Anna, be creative. You have it. It's inside of you. He was pushing me, always pushing in that direction of like, yes, I know, but I don't have time. Yeah. And he was going around and cutting these little leaves from his garden. It was like, smell this one. Oh, see the texture on this one. And I would put them on my leg, on my trousers. It was black, like I'm wearing now. And then as I was doing it, he was giving me more. I started rearranging them and making like little art out of this without even realizing. I was just putting them there and rearranging so they look nice. And he goes to me, oh, look what you've created. And he would take pictures, and I was like, oh my God, that looks, and then it was like, oh, it looks like an angel. And we were trying to like all these metaphors of what it looked like. And anyway, and it was like a morning like this with him. And then he said, it was time for me to go. And we were saying our goodbyes outside, and then like he walked me to the car. And when I got into the car and I closed my door, my car was a bit dusty, as it usually is. And just before starting the car to leave, he just made this heart on my window, and he looked at me, and I left. And 2 weeks later, he had this trouble with his heart, and he fell into a coma from which he never recovered. And yes, as sad and as much as I miss, I don't even know if I miss it, because it's still always around whenever I remember him. Because I feel you know, at the time it was really sad when I found out, and knowing what was going to happen. But then he passed. I would say he passed on, because then one day I just had this image of him just dancing in this light and these colors, and with he always had this really sweet smile, like stuck on his face, and he was like dancing and laughing. I was like he went to that place that he was trying to create within his garden. And he was trying to give us a little piece of whoever he was meeting. So for me, it was very reassuring and that's what made me calm. And I know that he passed on to wherever it was his next stop or next path. But I will always remember that day, which was like so short before everything happened, as in that was a proper and beautiful goodbye with this amazing man. So that was my story. And thank you for the question and bringing it all back. And then he said, Paris. Yes, it's like the city.
Thank you. I'm touched. So, who wants to go on?
You're the master of ceremony.
No, I don't know yet. Dieter?
Yeah, I can go on. I'm thinking of a goodbye for me was the graduation ceremony at the European Dance Development Center, where I was studying dance, because it changed my mind about the school. Because when I was studying, you know, you can imagine I was a difficult student, and it was a quite experimental school, and the director was the guy, he was a rebel himself, he wanted a lot of freedom, but he defined what freedom is, and he made the rules for all the others. So that was a little bit difficult. And also, for me, a lot of things did not really work in the school to the extent that they could have worked. So I was after 3.5 years, I was quite pissed off, and I was looking into my records, and I was seeing I have enough now to finish the university, so I don't have to do the last semester, because I collected all the other credits already, and I decided to leave. Let's go home to Vienna, and I left, and I didn't live in emotional good relationship. But then, in order to receive the certificate, I had to come back for the graduation ceremony. And there, it was really, really sweet, because a group of students were designing a ritual for the, I think, 4 or 5 students that did graduate at that date. And the whole school was participating, and we had to go through things and stand there and move, and they were applauding, and like a lot of things were going on, and we got shake hands and everything. And after going through this ritual, I was like, okay, maybe this is not so bad as I thought. So a good goodbye really changed my mind about like the whole 3.5 years that were there, with all my questions and my critique. But at the end, it was like, yes, this is okay. So when I'm now talking about this school, I'm mostly talking positively about this school, from what I've learned and all the craziness, what was going on there. So this goodbye really changed my mind. That's what I wanted to share.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody wants to go on? Otherwise, I will. So what at that time did not feel that good, but eventually it was a goodbye, and also kind of a not life-saving goodbye. Was when I decided to quit science, or to quit being a scientific researcher. So I was at the US at the time, and I got really sick, kind of a burnout, but I could not eat anymore. So I got really, really thin, but it was really like kind of death, because somehow I always defined myself as being a scientist and living for my research. And so it really took me quite a long time to realize that this cannot go on. And so I was already like really, really weak, and only could just lay down and could not go back to work. And every day I would say to myself, but tomorrow I will continue with my work. But the next day it was not better. So my body really told me, no, you cannot go on. So eventually, and that was actually one of the encounters I had with grasshoppers, one of these big grasshoppers, when at some point I realized, if I don't quit, I will die. And it really felt like this, because I just could not eat anymore because of the stress. So yeah, and it was interesting enough, so difficult like the decision was, because before I would have defined me, and I could I always thought, if I don't think, I am not alive. So, and if I'm not a scientist and doing this kind of science, and I don't know, so it was really, and then I decided, okay, I just quit. And interestingly enough, when I went to tell my boss, this was like really a very big figure in the field of cancer research. So he was like the one in the field at MIT in the US. And before I was always like really shy when I went to him and to present my work. I was always like crossing my legs and sitting there like this, And then like really the first time I went like there really like this was when I said, okay, I just stop it. I just quit, with a lot of self-confidence. And then I felt, okay, this is just the right decision and the right goodbye. He didn't want to let me leave, but I was like, yes, that's it. And so it was a good goodbye. And otherwise I wouldn't be here where I'm now. And so, thank you. So Britta or Satmuk? Britta wants to go on.
Yeah, Satmuk, No, my story is very short, I think. I was a little bit shocked, because I never like to say goodbye. I don't like to say goodbye. I don't know why. And then I was thinking, what can I tell? What can I tell about goodbye? And then some person comes in my mind. I was, I think, 20 years old, and I was very sick. And I was in Vienna in the hospital, in Physio-Mentale hospital. And my liver was dark. And from the medicaments from my lungs before. And I was in a room with very old people, and I think, I have to die. this is the end. I'm on the last station. But there was a doctor, and he said to me, I was in his room then. He invited me in his room and said, "You're very young, and what's wrong with your life?" He spoke to me like a human being, not like from the hierarchy or something in this doctor science. And he said to me, "Go in the world and have fun." And this is, I can't believe it. And this changed my life. There was a man in this white thing. And my parents never said, "Have fun." and this changed my life. And then I went home, and anything was much changing than my life. I don't go to work or something. I'm just on rehabilitation, and then I want to visit him again because I want to say thank you. But I went to this hospital back and I asked for him, and then they said he's died. Yeah, this was touched me very well. This changed my life. Yeah.
So thank you. We're already very touched. So thank you very much, Britta. Satmuk, what's your story about goodbye?
I will cheat a little bit because I have many goodbye stories because I left so many places, and but there was one story that surprised me, is like when you meet again with someone. So I will tell that story. And when I went to China when I was 29, I took a single ticket because I really, and for me it was over. I had the impression that was a new chapter in my life. So I had no plan going back, and after 2 years, 2.5 years, I don't remember exactly, I was like, okay, let's go back to France to visit my family, but I will not tell anybody. And the day I bought the tickets, I called my mother, or she called me, and at that time it was still not so much WhatsApp, or so I could stay a month without contacting them, or because they didn't have email and they only have the phone. And she called me that day, the day I bought the ticket, and she said, "Wow, it's weird. I had a dream that you were coming back, and you were going through the basement, and you were walking up the stairs, and then you came back." And I was, I didn't want to spoil the surprise. And I was, okay, well, maybe soon. Let's see. I haven't decided yet. So I bought my ticket. I arranged with the friends that picked me up at the airport. And actually, when we arrived at my parents' place, they were in the front door doing, I don't know, cutting, whatever, or somebody came. I don't remember exactly. So I had to go through the basement. And but this I didn't remember. I remember just after. So I went through the garage and walked up the stairs. And because I didn't want to scare them, I started to use my voice. But I have two brothers. And of course, they couldn't imagine it was me. So they believed it was my eldest brother. And I will never forget the face, because they were, at that time, when I reached up, they were in the kitchen. And I opened the door. I mean, I was in the entrance, and I talked. And when they turned, I saw their face, but like, a frozen moment, like that lasted the eternity. And then they started to cry. And I felt sorry at that moment of my surprise, because I could see the this mix of sadness and joy at the same time, of not seeing someone for so long. And I was very touched by that moment of eternity where you feel the deep connection and the mix of emotion that belongs to a relationship. But I realized that making a surprise like this, I'm not sure I would do it again, because for them, after 2.5 years, and I was very far, not really accessible with the time difference and so on, that was a bit of a shock. And they had to sit, and they were like, took them a day to recover from that. But it was an intense moment that actually, with the parents of this generation, they don't show. My mother, not so much. She can show emotion, but they are still a bit frozen in their frame, about what to show, what not to show. But that moment, everything cracked. That was so. That was intense to experience that. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
As we are all touched now, I want to share this story. And Sabat and Satmuk, you know this because you were there in Vienna when I was teaching at Impulstanz this training. And there was this girl from Korea, and she couldn't speak English or German, and she was working just with her translator. And then at this one end of a day, everybody was emotional and we were crying and things were going on. And this girl was sitting there, and we made a circle so that everybody could speak. And then it was her turn to speak, and she just said, "Why cry?" So I just want to share this. Okay, so everybody's laughing again. So let's continue. The plan is that we have like 10 minutes of somatic reflection, so that we roll around in our rooms and think about what was this intensive for us. Tears or laughter or both or whatever. What did we learn? And then we share. We make the circle of what we did learn. Okay. So I put on again music and 10 minutes of somatic reflection and finding out. Why cry? So move or roll around, take some time to think about what was this retreat intensive for you. And also ask your body or your experiential system, ooh, Hmm. Hmm. Ah. So what did you learn? Ah. How have you been the first day, 1 week ago? And how are you now? What experiences stood out? Or is there an essence? Hmm. Ah. What is the next thought that is coming up? Ah. Hmm. Yes, and what's the next thought? Slowly collect yourself again. Ah. Oh, yes. Let's take some steps through the space. Ah. Remember the first walking through the space? Ah, and how is it now? Oh. Okay, and then let's come together to our reflection circle. What did you say? So, where to start? The question is, what did you learn? Julia. No, no way. Well, then let's ask Satmuk.
Thank you, Julia. Because we only have 2 screens, so I cannot say no anymore. I'm not sure I can answer clearly the question, what did I learn? But maybe more reflection on the process of the 8 days. Is that okay? Or?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, because we started, I started with this strong feedback of the being supported and giving support, and that resonated a lot in our relationship at that moment. So I have the impression that the intensity of the 8 days the most intense period was right at the beginning, like, wow, look at what you don't want to look at. And I really felt that morning that my beliefs and my, I don't know, conception or preconception belief of what is supposed to be completely collapsed. And then the disease really entered. That day, I felt like the disease fell into me. And like last time at the retreat, when we do the somatic, for me, these 2 times, it was very physical. Last time also, I got kind of death, rebirth, very intense at the physical level. This time with this strong flu, and then feeling better now. So I think it's not really what I learned while I'm speaking. I realize it's what I unlearn. And I think I unlearn much more than I learned. And I'm happy about it. Yeah, and also I realized that compared to last time, the configuration is different, because last time there was more online actually, like cells, and this time I found the space very cozy, and I enjoyed the social time as well. I realized it's it was suggested last time, and it's a nice way to connect in simplicity at another level and build trust and warmth. So I appreciated these moments. I realized also one thing in the context of the training. I'm not talking about in context of a client coach, or it's when people share at the personal level, it really helped me to integrate or to mirror some part of me that I didn't have access at that moment, because I was in another process, or I was connected to another topic. But if the people share really what is there, burning them or boiling them or happening, experiencing, since we have this collective process, we are together and we build somehow a collective space, a collective field. It helped me to see aspects, but not only to see, but to find the resonance within me and somehow to integrate the information. So I realized how important it is to go into the personal, actually, for me, in order to learn more or unlearn more. And yeah, I had the impression that these 8 days went very fast. And about the outcome of that, I realized what I'm the most connected to is the coaching aspect. but I still, a part of me is attracted to offer that. But I still haven't figured it out how to integrate it in what I do. It's not that I want to mix it up with something else, but how it combines with who I am and what I offer through yoga and numerology and other technology, I would say. So I still have to somehow, I still need some time to see what is asked from me, for me, or from me, because it's not so clear. I feel the connection. I like the space when we do the coaching. I love this listening and this being there for the other person, and I want to offer it to the people, but it's not so clear how to communicate about it. What really is my contribution into that, because otherwise I just send them to you, Dieter, and that's it. Don't need to work more. So I'm trying to figure out what is my specificity in that would correspond more to certain type of people or certain topic, or I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's the end of the journey as well of these 3 modules for us, and I realized it was really a deep process. Yeah, when you mentioned what happened 7 years ago, I realized that this process started 7 years ago, and I have the impression that there is a completion now. Maybe for the next step. I mean, when you send the information about the I don't know how you call it, advanced training, I really check the dates, because a part of me really want to do it, but then I realized that most of the time I was not free, so I was like, okay, it's not the moment, but I want to go further, because I can see that it has a deep impact on me, and it really gives another perspective from what I'm used to in yoga, and it gave us also some inspiration, like we mentioned last time, about the intimacy in couples. So yeah, it's very rich. So thank you very much, Dieter, Julia, for holding the space for that, and also for your curious and creative mind, always looking for more connection and deeper meaning. So I know it's a place that I can come back and be nourished. It's nice to have that, because there are not so many places where I can go back, and when it's the right time, I can go. So thank you very much. I'm a bit sad to leave. I'm a bit sad that it's the end, but yeah.
Why cry?
Why to cry?
Why cry?
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you, Satmuk. Thank you very much. And yeah, hope to see you in person soon, and hope to see you again as a student as well. When I was listening, I also remembered this girl from South Korea, when she was asked to give feedback. So what happened there? Also, she said something that came a fluently thing here. She said, "So how are you? What did you experience?" And she said, "New body." So we can have also these long reflections in 2 words.
Yes.
Yeah, so Satsabat, what are your reflections? What did you learn?
Yes, for me it was very much more than learning new, really integrating and understanding what we did in the 2 models before. And I have the impression that now really it sits in me, and it's very simple. and that I can really use it mindfully and compassionately. So without thinking a lot about it, just that's what for me integration is. It became more familiar by doing it this week. And I really loved this week because I see the dynamic of the group, how important it is for someone like me. It's very important to be able to connect at a certain level, which is not mental or more in the heart with people. And that's why I also like very much to I love the community space, because for me the community space allows us also to transpose this this taste on the rest. It gave me trust in the group, and I felt more near everybody. So it's not that I want to know personal stories because I'm curious, but there is a resonance, and I have the impression I know people when I hear their story. And it's all the more because it's not my story. So I learned something new. It's so nice to listen to something that is really the life of a person, and not necessarily to talk about mine, but to listen about the life of other people. I always really love that very much. So compared to the first two models, which I also like very much, this was for me the right ending, because the first model I learned a lot of technology. And because of the dynamic of the group, sometimes there was some stress, and it was very good like this because I entered that space with the mind, and I learned the technology, and I tried to memorize the teachings, and then the second was, like someone said, more online, and it was somehow also not so much personal. So I have the impression we went through the week like being a separate individual, which is also okay. It's not a critique, it's a fact. And it allowed me to learn by myself, but I didn't feel like this week really a community space where I feel that we are together. And for me, this is the right ending. I would not have liked it in another order. And that's it ended up, we went from the mind and rational technology. And then, of course, I was touched a lot of times also the other 2 weeks. But this time, really, the whole week was held by that space of more harmony. And of course, since the teacher, you, Dieter, have to hold the space for what is there. First of all, I appreciate a lot, again, your flexibility, which you showed all over the 3 weeks. But the way I perceived you this week was also rounder, because, you are also a person of heart, so you react to that space. And I liked that too, of course. So for also, I see if I can compare with the other weeks. I was moved at the end of the week by really 3 different scenarios. After the first week we did on coaching, I was thinking how to apply it with clients and as a coach. Then the second week, I more thought about, but maybe couples. And this time, I just don't see the work. I keep on having in my mind, actually, my children. Sometimes when we were doing the exercise, I was imagining one of my children or my grandchildren. I have grandchildren that are teenagers. They have strong pain period, and they are not touched in this way. And I just kept on thinking, that's maybe I can give very easily 10 minutes, when I see them, no words, because anyway, they don't want to listen to my words. Teenagers don't want to listen to what I have to say. So either I listen to them or we are both on the phone laughing for stupid TikToks. I can just maybe do that 10 minutes and have them touched in another way. And also what happened to me more and more, maybe because of the age, because when one becomes a grandma is like this, also with students, sometimes, you know, we hug when we leave the group, etc. And it's happening more and more that some people get touched and they cry. And I realized that in our society, there's a lot of hugging, a lot of love you, but it lost the meaning. And when you hug someone with intention, this person is touched. And now I cannot go and hug everybody, but maybe I can offer that, you know, and mindfully and friendly. And yeah, this is my idea. That's what this week gave me, this wish to simply spend 10 minutes with anybody when the occasion presents itself and give them that, because it's very simple. Yeah.
So every day, 10 minutes.
Yes. Yes, okay. I will.
That's the homework.
You record, Dieter, you're recording.
You did.
Yeah, I'm recording. I'm still recording.
And after this week, the Dieter will make it public. Everybody can watch this. Yes, so yeah, that's what I have to say. And I see how much good violent, almost violent my process as I experience it, and then it disappeared completely, leaving no trace. It was like a big disease without recovery because I was healthy 100% the day after. It surprised me that it was like a surgery without the convalescence afterwards. So if I remember the state I was this day, I was really scared that something huge would come out and I couldn't control it and it would last days or months. I said, no, not again. I want to forget these stories. And actually, he went away in some hours. So I was very, very happy also to see that, how effective this method is. Yeah, very simple. That's why I called it simple, because it's just up to the point, and then it does its job, and then it disappeared. No trace of what it was. So, yeah, I also thought about, I want to do the advanced training. It seems we have to wait 1 year, but we will be back for sure. And also what I liked, and we are late with that, but the intention is still there to have you both, Dieter and Julia, here for a workshop. It's just that we still need sometimes to get organized, settle, and be able to find interested people. And yeah, that's the idea. And I hope to see Britta here. I wrote her, I said, come and visit. And Anna, whenever you want to come back to Austria. Yeah, I would really love to see you again. So a lot of gratitude for you, Dieter, and for Julia. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for sharing, Satsabat. And also, thank you for your suggestion after the last week that maybe doing something for the community, because we also saw that, and we took the idea and we're thinking, so how can we do it also to have it a little bit structured? So that's how we came up with doing that. And thank you, Julia, for being the host of that. And
yes, thank you.
So I also really did enjoy that, and it's like the same thing from a different angle that was happening there. Yeah. I like this metaphor of surgery, actually. Yeah, the precision and the simplicity, and because there are these like mind healers that do fake surgeries, and because of that, something is happening in the body. Yeah, so in a way, somehow we are also doing that. But we don't call it surgery. Yeah, but it's like going there and asking, what does it need? Yeah, with intention, with compassion. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Satsabat. Then let's go into this room again. Anna, so what did you learn? What is your reflection?
And this was a very rich experience for me, if I was to describe it. It was kind of twofold learning, because there was like part of it was my own personal process of sensing my body and, you know, going through all the activities we had here, and whether receiving something or offering something, and what this meant to me, and what development was happening within me. And so it was one part was personal process, and the other one was, and at the same time it was, I am learning this, and it's not simply a retreat of doing this to find some development within, but also learning this good method. And so it was very interesting also to be in both these settings at the same time, and sometimes they were all, you know, the line between them was blurred. I really enjoyed how this deepened my understanding of PME, like the specific method, and not only in perception, but also in the way of being able to like describe it and say it. So I really enjoyed what we did with the brainstorming, and yeah, getting like to the simplicity of explaining to someone that it's new, so you have to bring it back to the basics and to the exact characteristics of it. So I enjoyed that very much. And now, even though I had the idea, now it's like if someone asks me, I can use 3 sentences to explain it, which is great, because people were asking me, what is this course you're doing? And it was like, whoa, all my words were all over the place, especially for someone who's never been in touch with something like this. So it's good. And there were certain moments within these 8 days, especially when I was giving in the activity, and it was like a split second of seeing myself as if I'm actually doing this with a client. So it was beautiful, because it was like I felt so much into the process and connected with the process, as much as it might need an improvement or not, but it was like, yeah, I can see myself being there. And it was really nice. And because I'll leave that with the other thought, because then I'll get confused. Yeah, so it was really nice to actually be able to like have like a glimpse of being, of what I have this plan about the future and how and why and blah, 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 and all this. And it was like having this glimpse of, it's as if I'm actually doing it. And yeah, that was very beautiful and very like integrating into everything that I'm learning and into this. And I have to say that from all the modules that we did, this one is my favorite: healing, dance, and touch. It's me. All the 2 previous ones, the basic and the 2 previous ones, it's like what we need to learn, you know, to be able to really grasp this method and be able to offer it properly. But for me, this is what it's all about. this module, and especially because there's a certain humbling feeling that I always get this week, and the first part that I did last year, it was very evident, very evident and very present all the time. This humbling feeling of being allowed to offer, or being allowed to, and allowed, I don't mean it as in I'm not allowed, or it's like the other person gives in to that, gives in and kind of surrenders to what you are offering, or there's a certain trust that needs to be built, and to witness the process of the other person, and for me it's a very beautiful feeling that I get during this module, and I was thinking I would like to add to my life, like doing things that give me that quality and that humbling feeling, and that, you know, I'm close to my heart and I'm doing something that it's that makes me feel like that, and not just as in you know, like building a service, but this is who, like, to be in it in my future, to be in this energy and quality soon. So yes, I am always also looking forward to the advanced training, which if I was to do it now, I wouldn't have been able to dedicate myself. So I'm okay to wait, but I'm definitely present and looking forward to continue. And I wanted to say also that thank you to Satmukh for saying this about the learning and unlearning, because I had like a very vague thought, so I resonated a lot. It was like, yes, this is what it was, because it was in what I mentioned before, like my personal process. I think that there was a lot of unlearning and a lot of, okay, actually, I don't need this, or letting go and unlearning things to make space for more. And also the community chats, I enjoy it a lot. And just to say a thought that kept coming into my mind, because we ended up saying like a couple of stories from like childhood, and I had there was a lot of dysfunctionality and a lot of pain during my childhood years, and it's always like it's there, and you know, if I think back, that's also always present together with other things. And lately I had this question from my daughter, something about when was the age that felt more like a child. And my answer to that, I was going back and I was thinking, I don't know. I said to her, I feel more childlike now than I did in any, and this got me thinking. I was like, yes, but what was I doing when I was a child? And that was like 2 weeks ago. And then with these stories, it was like, oh yeah, you know, there's loads of fun stories from my childhood, you know, and also mentioning this story with my brother, because usually I would have spoken about my sister because we're more close, but this came up, and the story with the bees, and so it was this space and opportunity to bring really happy and crazy memories from the past. So thank you for this space, and Julia for holding this space. So it was like really warm to experience that. And in general, this whole group for 8 days, it felt like really like family, I would say. I felt very comfortable, very supported, very safe to share, to experience, And I wanted to say one more thing.
Go ahead.
So we were rolling for a bit of time, so it was a lot of thoughts. It's thoughts that were actually occurring during the whole week, slowly building up. And it was like this dream, which I hope it's not just a dream, but it actually happens one day. And it's like, we have come together and we are experiencing these qualities and these activities, and we're talking about support, and we're talking about self-regulating each other, co-regulating each other and self-regulating ourselves. And I was thinking, the more people come together and do these things, even if it's for learning and each person have their own plan, but at the same time, this is an energy we're creating. And what if sometime in the future, this would be the norm in our societies? This is how we would speak to each other, and this is how we would touch each other, and this is how we will go and support each other if someone is, has a need. And, go there and don't say, yeah, but why don't you do this and that? And instead we can go and say, let me apply some pressure on your shoulder and see how it feels. And we can ask what's there. So it's like for this to be a norm. So this is my utopic dream that I hope it's also utopic in the future. So that's it for me, my reflections. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing this vision. And I think that's for you, the students, to do that. Yeah. For me, it's like inventing it, bringing it into a form, into a simple form, and then bringing it out to society. Yeah. That's maybe what you should do. And I support you doing that. Yeah. And personally, thank you, Anna, for bringing the sun here. And the sun on all levels. Thank you.
Right, and the sun together.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. That's really nice.
Thank you. Rita.
I'll take with you.
Leave us some sun here. Yes.
Hi.
Rita, what did you learn? What are your reflections?
Yeah, that's how I start. I start with this vision because it remembers me to my life when the doctor says go and have fun. That means you can do this what your in essence is, to bring it in life, to bring it into the life. And this was a big change because I started with another food, and this was new. All the Bioladen in Austria, they was no existent before, and then we started with all this cooking and import, and there was a community, and I was in a family, but it was new and it was a pioneer work. And then it started with shiatsu. It was new. It was nobody knows really what is shiatsu. It was new, but now it's 30, 40 years ago. And you can buy the bio, also the bio food in the supermarket, not before. And then I started with Tantra. It was, nobody knows what it really is. And then I started with Kundalini yoga. And I'm always in this part of to help to bring important things in this world. What we need. We need it really. And now this is a big change because with the touch from the client is the healer. When you go to a massage, it's just the masseur. He knows what you need, and this is a big change. And I said some in this exercise. I had this vision. I have seen a movie, and it was The Green Planet, and maybe somebody knows this movie, The Green Planet, and they are always living from the heart. I had this feeling from this touch. When we touch this, what you said, sometimes we don't speak, so how can I touch your shoulder and we in contact? It's not. It's another form from living from the heart. And I'm privileged. I feel privileged to be here and to learn this. And yeah. And I'm very I'm touched. And as you are a good teacher, you can explain. I'm very these anatomic pictures. Wow, that's really good. And you tell this so I can take it with Begeisterung, with the joy, with joy. Yeah, it makes me yes, that's it's a quality to teach and to make it so that the people can take it with joy. Yeah, and always a little bit funny and yeah, I like this. So yeah, I'm not so far away. If it's okay for you and for you, I would stay in contact. I would like to stay in contact and come again and maybe there are some questions coming up. Then I ask. Thank you very much for this week, and also Anna.
Thank you.
So, Julia. Yeah. Yeah, and thank you, Satsavat. Thank you, Satmuk. Very nice.
Thank you, Britta. You know, the idea at the head, there are plants that are pioneer plants. So these plants grow at places that are not really good places, but they are pioneers there. Yeah. And like Königkerze is a pioneer plant. Yeah. Or Brombeere. And you said, I have to go to the Brombeere. Yeah. And these are pioneer plants. Yeah. Yes, and maybe you're a pioneer plant. Yeah. And yes, I really do like the idea of community. Yeah. But community also has to become from the people. Community is only made from the people. Yeah, I can support this, but if you think you make a community, so there is this idea around to have like a somatic cafe, which is like an online meeting of the alumni or the students, where you just meet and talk and chat and your experience, talk about your experiences. But any other idea that makes up community is welcome. But in the end, only the people themselves can do that. Yeah, because I'm a teacher, and I'm also a passionate teacher. Yeah, I found out I'm a passionate learner. I'm also a passionate teacher, although I had not a good experience in my teaching history or in my learning history, but I found out this is very important for me. Yeah, but maybe somebody else is a passionate community builder. Satmuk.
Yeah, it came to my mind because we have a plan here to organize a Kundalini Yoga Festival, because in Austria it had been a long time that it didn't happen, but small, like 50 to 100 people. And I was like, maybe also we could organize a somatic festival. And even if it's 20 people showing up, that's the beginning of something. Because I realized that the online initiative, it was very good during COVID, and what we kept from it allows us to do that, and it's great. But the online community has some limits. But to meet together and create connection in real, a festival, you know, a yearly event where, you know, we can go to the nature with Julia, we can have session with you, and maybe other inputs or whatever, we can think about it. So yeah, that could be something. And we are good at organizing. I mean, once this place is set, so maybe 2025, I would say. There is a camping there, so it's easy. And we see how many people show up.
Yes, I'm there.
So, we will fix the date for 2025, because I know we're all busy.
Yeah,
and,
yeah. And that's exactly how to do it. Fix a date, and then we start organizing. Yeah.
Oh.
That's wow. Yes.
Yeah. And also, like Julia and I, we had in this room the Paradise Jam, yeah, which is also like healing dance in practice. Yeah. So this was, we wanted to do it. That's why we organized it. Yeah. And maybe, yeah, different initiatives can spread. What I want to do is like also to offer weekends where I teach healing dance, like to make this little package. How can this work in one weekend? And then also I can travel to different places. This is an idea that I have, but do your idea, yes, where you have passion about, and I will support you. Yeah. Yeah, thank you, Britta. Then Julia.
Yeah.
How was that for you?
Yeah, wow. Yeah, first of all, thank you. Thanks to all of you. It was really, really a pleasure to have you and be with you. Thank you for touching me on a physical level and also on an emotional level. That is really what I love, to be touched inside and outside, and that's why I do this work. And thank you so much. Thank you, Dita. Yes, you are a very, very good teacher. So I also really, really appreciate this. Yeah, so yeah, it was very different this week from the other week. So but every week is different. That's what I also really love and like. So yeah, please come back, because you know, Dita is so creative. It's every week is just different, and just even for me, like doing this for 7 years. Well, you never get bored with this work anyways, even if you would repeat, but it's always like something new, you know, it's always, and like he's inventing all the time. So it's really beautiful. Yeah, and also thank you for this kind of image that we are maybe pioneers. Yeah. well, I also like to be a pioneer, and I also like these pioneer plants. Yeah, maybe we are pioneers, so it's okay. And it will kind of grow, maybe. Yeah, it could go on for me like this, and also this week was very special because I did not have work in the morning. So I just spent the morning on the lake in the sun and then having 5 hours somatics with nice people and in the break back to the lake. And so it's just perfect. Yeah, perfect life. So let's see how we continue with that. Yeah, it was beautiful. And also physically, things changed. So as I said, my pelvis still feels free. So last time it was the shoulders. And so every time something new develops. Let's see how it goes on. Yeah, hope to see you soon. And thank you for all your stories. That's also what I really love. And we also have the format here. So if you want to come also to Fachtenstein, like Sunday mornings, sometimes we have these circles, like just sharing circles. It's a little bit like we had with this story sharing. And then other Sundays we have this Paradise Jam where we improvise with dance and touch. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, Dieter, what did you learn?
Thank you, Lydia. So, Dieter, how was that for you? Well, it was quite different to the other week because I was also participating. I also came into my process, which was on one way great, but on the other way, it was very exhausting because this 5 hours teaching and preparation is just as much in the day that is in good balance. And then on top of it, it came like really deep processes were also happening. So I'm glad that this is possible on one hand. On the other hand, I'm really exhausted now. So I now really like to take 2 days off and just do my integration here. But I realized some things about my sides, also about my experiential self and my cognitive self, and how my cognitive self has to build structures to allow my other self to just sense and be and move. Yeah. And this education is somehow my cognitive mind building this structure so that I can do it and I can share it with other people. And also why I studied the study, because in this study now I have a structure where I can do this and my cognitive mind allows this to do. So in a way, these two sides are getting closer and becoming friends. I also, today when I was lying down here and thinking, so what was this for me? I remembered that when I was studying in Arnhem, I had one important workshop there for 6 weeks with Steve Paxton, who invented contact improvisation, and he was teaching in the school. And in the end, he did a long reflection process with us students. He took nearly a week and he was talking with everyone and writing and giving back and things like that. And he wrote about me that I have a very strong critical and creative mind. And I also have a very strong and creative physicality. But it looks to him that those parts are not married yet. And I didn't like that feedback because I don't like marriage. But if the metaphor would have been to become friends, maybe this is something to think about. And I still think this is quite true what he was seeing in me, but that these two sides become friends and can support each other is more the metaphor for me. And also I found that it really helps my right knee if the left side can be more supportive for the whole body. So in this way, I really did find something. Yeah, so why cry? I am saying if I'm touched in the end of a workshop that I am really moved, then it was a good workshop. But now I also see it's a good workshop when I find something for my very own process. So it's not only I want to be a good teacher, I also want to have for my balance, for my process, a little input. So that's where I am. And there are some more things that I want to say and to share. So let's see what was there. It was what? No, not what is PME. It is this that I want to share again. Thank you, Julia. I could not do it without you. Because there's so much practical work behind there, yeah, so that the space is in a good condition, that we get good food, yeah, and all the little things around. So really thank you also for how to organize this community chat, yeah. It's really something that is really a plus to the whole process. So thank you, Julia. Good. Then I would like to talk about continuation. So there was already some thoughts about community. Yes, let's build community with that. And it doesn't always have to be business. Yeah, so I'm teaching that you also eventually can make money from it, but also it's nurturing us if you have community. Yeah, so in whichever way you want to continue this material. Then for your continuation, what I've heard, you are all interested in continuing. So there's the advanced, but it only will start in 2025. The next thing, unless 25, not 24, not next year, because of the delay that I have this autumn. So unless really there are some people saying, I want this now, and there are 3 people, and then we can find maybe the dates together. So Julian and Kelly are open to do it. They said they want to do it whenever it is. And so if in half a year you say we have more time and we can find the dates together also, then maybe we can start a little earlier. Yeah. So from my side, I would set dates in 2025, but if something comes from you and we can communicate, it could also happen earlier. Besides that, there is the offer that you can also repeat one of the modules and you get a better price for that. Unless it's really packed. So if there are 12 people really want to do it and it's full, then I cannot say that you can participate. But as it looks, it's always like 6 people more or less, plus minus. And with that, you also can repeat stuff. Yeah, and as you noticed, it's always different. You always learn more stuff. And I'm always trying new things from my ideas that I do have. I'm always also trying to develop or finding more the essence of what it is to keep my teaching interesting to me.
Dieter, sorry to
yes.
interrupt you. Just for the advanced training, for us, we could start from October 24, so it doesn't make such a big difference. But if there is an interest to start earlier, we could start before that. We are really full, but October. But we would need to know as soon as possible, because this will fill it in in the next month. But in case you want to start earlier, we could make ourselves.
Yeah, but it's good to know, because then I will write to the 7 people that are more or less interested. How about October 24? That's also comfortable for you. I was thinking of waiting till 25, because then it's another year of the basic training, and then it's even maybe more people. But maybe from the 7 that are there now, we could find a solution for October 24. Yeah. So I see a yes from Anna. And also Petra was saying she is interested, but right now she doesn't have the resources. So I will in the next month, I will write again to all 7 and say, so what about October 24? Yeah.
Yeah, and then if people can then commit, and then you have a year really to organize and prepare that you really have the resources.
And what Satmukh said, that like he doesn't really know how to make the grip on that. That's exactly in this advanced year what I will try to let you experience, to find your individual approach, how you could use this thing. So we will try all independently little things, and then we will try it on each other and give feedback on each other and support each other in their different approaches. Yeah. And there are already different approaches. For instance, Kelly is combining PMA with fitness. So he's a fitness trainer, and how can you sense yourself in fitness? And he's trying things, and I had some supervisions with him already. So he's like developing his own work. And yeah, what would PMA be for a yogi, for a Kundalini yogi? Yeah, we don't know yet, but there is a year to develop that with supervision and feedback and trying things and so on. Yeah, so that's how I envision the advanced training. Well, for you should do the basic training. Yeah, so you have one part of the basic training now, and there are more modules. There's the anatomical embodiment module, there is the coaching module, and one more week of this, and you can continue there next year. And then you also can go into the advanced if you want to, but now it's continuing in the basic, yeah. If you want to continue, yeah. Good. I also put some homework in the Google Classroom, which is writing a reflection, and it was really good what you wrote, because I could really also get some ideas for development. That's why this is really good, and I get a taste of what really worked. And if you don't write about it, then it was not so good. also for completing the basic training, please do write something. And from my experience, please write it in a week. Within a week, because if you postpone it for 6 months, you hardly can remember what was happening. Don't write it tomorrow, because then it's too fresh, but do it in a week. Yeah. In the Google Classroom, there are 7 questions, and just answer these questions. Yeah. And write it in the commentary. So if you write, then everybody can also read what the others wrote, which is also interesting for the others. And there's also, again, learning going on. I can show you at the time. Yeah. Good. Then 2 rituals that I want to do for saying goodbye. Let's put on some music to do the rituals. Yes, drink something from all this talking.
Maybe we take 5 minutes. It's already, wow.
We only have 5 minutes, so we have the 5 minutes for the ritual. Ah, sorry, this was the wrong one. I want to share the music. So this. Ah, ooh. So let's wait for Britta. Ah. So, Satsabat and Satmuk, you can do it often, but we will do it with each other. So, one thing is, if you now meet someone, we don't say hello, but we will say goodbye. And we will do this by stroking down the back. And I will say, thank you. Goodbye. And then you can do it to your partner. Oh. And we have 3 more bags to say goodbye. It's okay. So, thank you. Good. Hmm. Ah. Mm. Mm. Oh, yeah, yeah. Nice back. Mm. So, one more back. Yes. Ah. Hmm. Hmm. Ah. And bye. Mm.
Thank you so much. Let's apply some pressure.
Hmm. Hmm. Good. Yes. So, why cry? New body, have fun.
So enjoy the disco dancing this evening.
Yes.
I would love to join.
Right. Good. Mwah. Hugs and kisses. Bye.